Okay, should be back. I have a broken Ethernet cable plugged into my computer, so when the dog goes under there, he disconnects it. So, but we should be back. It was only one UID that was busted. Only one. It's always Calvin. So it was one UID that was broken. I was about to redo it all, but I was like, you know what? Let me just try fixing this one that's complaining about. I have the crimpers and everything too. I just need to do it. It's one of those, like, I kind of like, it's almost like a dam for me. Like if I have to make one more cat 6 or cat 6 in particular makes me want to blow my brains out, like crimping it. But if I have to crimp one more cable, it's a reported bug now. Oh, the thing that we're talking about? That's good. It'll get fixed. I'm confident of that. I'm sure it will. It was once fixed in the past. Well, we're gonna lose. You just got to answer that question. Yeah, it's literally we're all right. Speaking. Got to make the video game, guys. That looks good. That and like that. Looking good. Okay. Okay. So here's the other thing that needs to happen. Hang on a second. Be right back, guys. My favorite thing was my build breaking during export, but the export process still considered it successful and left me in the dark for hours. Oh yeah, dude. I had that. I was doing a project with I was doing a game jam with some people, and it's always important with Godot to export your project as soon as possible. Make sure that that is working, because you could successfully be testing it in here, hitting the run button over and over again, but the minute you go to export, all of a sudden you're getting problems that you never had before. And we were running into an issue, and it had to do with the fact that we were across platform, and some people were on OSs that allowed upper and lowercase, and other people weren't. And so and Git wasn't configured properly to force casing or whatever. So, you had to open Godot with a command line so you could see the error that was happening when it was essentially it was when it was running. When the game was running, the exported game was running, it was looking for files with uppercase when it should have been lower, and lower when it should have been upper, and all that kind of stuff. And that was a pain in the ass to fix too, because it wasn't just like you could fix it. It was the references that Godot had to the things were wonky. So I forget what it was, but there was something. Git isn't case sensitive, is it? I can't remember. I think it must not be, because it was allowing both. It's not a change. It's very likely. And that also taught me a lesson to just your file names, just lowercase everything. As often as you can, just lowercase. C names, script names, just lowercase. Don't introduce what is it? So you want to do snake casing or something, but you don't want, just like avoid having capitalization in your file names altogether. And that's a lesson that is like obvious, especially, but it was that I was working with other people and they were on Windows or something. I was on Mac at the time and they were on Windows. It was something, I don't even remember, but something about that, introduced the problem. But it was a soft crash. It was a silent crash. The export worked, but then when you went to run the game, it was just like, it's like, okay, what's going on? Yeah, there's probably other ways of handling that with Git. Is UI a reserved word? Must be. Guess it should be UI here. Oh, it's used. It's already used. Okay, it's reserved because I reserved it. Mm-hmm. Okay. God, that Comic-Con, dude. Oh my God. I'm still thinking about it. So embarrassing. There we go. Okay. Oh, we've got pause. Oh, Dad Man. I was dressed like Dad Man. I was dressed like Dad Man. How about we do this instead? Okay, so that clears it out. Now, when we show, here's the, okay, so now we have to start working on like pause state and everything. Already right off the bat. How you doing, Gagonzo? Hope you're doing good. Gagonzo is one of the holy spirits of the Godot streamer community. Watchful protector. Lurking on streams and occasionally just drops a banger piece of advice and will rescue you. He's the Gagonzo is the Saint Bernard of the Godot streaming community. Occasionally just showing up with a barrel of whiskey. or whatever it is. It's like, here you go. You're like, oh, thank God, thank you. So do you do Godot professionally? What are you doing here? Just as a hobbyist? Talk to me. It's quite the image. Just a slobbery husky. Vex, how you doing? Not a husky, sorry, German, Saint Bernard, Saint Bernard. We had a neighbor who had a Saint Bernard. We had a tiny little Jack Russell Chihuahua mix, and the Saint Bernard would desperately try to play with her, and it was just so flopsy and big and silly. It was a puppy that they just never happened because like it's just too big. It's like, I want to play with you. It's like, well. Slightly worried about what dog you imagine I am. Maybe someday. Right now, only for fun. Yep. There was a tweet recently about people, you know, that the tech space has been. There's a lot of people who have entered it who did it just for the money, and how it's kind of that sort of like messes it up in some ways. I would say that's true of almost any industry. If people are doing it just for the money, that can really, like nursing is one where that's a field where you want a certain type of person to be a nurse, but then you just end up getting people who just, it's like a good paycheck. And you gotta have that, like that little something of you want to do it kind of thing, right? Not just I just want the money. And I feel like it's kind of important. All right, so we can flush out the menu. We show the baking menu. Now we need to pause the game state, and so UI is never going to pause. Okay. Well, see, this is where things get weird. But for now, we're just going to say it won't. It's not process when paused. So the menu should still work. No, always, sorry. Not when paused. All right, so now this will always run. And same with game. Oh shit, see, this is where things get weird because the core game loop. Okay. So we may need to put UI in its own world. Oh God, this is gonna get weird. Got here just in time for it to get weird. Yep, it's about to get weird. Dear God. Maybe for peace of mind, we do just put this in its own little world. If we set UI to always process, see, Jesus. This is the thing where you have to decide, because Godot has a pretty great pause system, but we are also going to have like kind of a weird. That's more of a state issue, I think, than anything. Okay, we're okay. We'll be okay. But yeah, maybe. I think this will still execute. This connection will still run because this is running. It's not like that portion of the script won't run because we're paused if we have this connection, right? I guess we could find out. Let's find out. First, let's make sure we're calling this. So we'll set a breakpoint here when we press it. And we just didn't even run. Dude, 4 or 5, man, I think. Okay. So that gets called. So let's start the game paused then. Or on ready, we'll pause everything. After we make our connections. Now, I don't remember. I always have to look this up because it's like you get it going once in Godot and then you forget about it. There's the chicken tikka masala that my wife made. Enjoy. All right. Good. Godot. That's almost all from scratch too. It's a banger. Banger masala. They should call it banger masala. Okay. We have to get tree and say pause. Okay, let's try it. Okay, so it still fires. We're fine. We're fine. We're good. Okay. Okay, so when we press begin baking, the menu should go away. Let's confirm. And we've crashed. Something's funky, guys. And we crashed again. Dude, I think there's some sort of race condition with the thread loading. Okay, that works. Now, so this is a bit of a state thing. So when we show baking, do we pause here? Or here? We pause here. You can. You can have null pointers in DD. All right, so we have our baking. We're gonna hide that. We're gonna copy this button though. Yeah, I think it's because of the thread, the loading. The loading is threaded that I'm doing. It's extremely fast, which is nice. I'm loading like, I don't know, 500 assets or something. That's how quick it. So like if I run the game, that's it. That was like 500 assets and everything, or however many I have. I don't even know how many have. It's a ton. It's got to be at least, I don't know, at least like 500. I could be wrong. I don't know the total number. Well, actually, I could figure it out pretty quickly. If I go over to config here and we just do a line count from so like roughly 800. So those are all the resources are loaded and ready to be used at that point when the game starts like that. So this is going to require some work in order to properly grab those ones. But we'll get to that part too. But I do want to get there as soon as possible. Anyways, let's see. See, I think that's something about the loaded begin baking. So this works. So then need some work on the hover and all that, and the colors for all that. We'll do all that. We'll get that going. Okay, so let's continue on with the UI stuff. And then we have start game, some sort of start game. All right. Begin living. Begin living. Excellent. I don't know what else to call that phase but the living phase. Go home. Welcome home. I could just say welcome home. That's nice. We'll do that. Welcome home. Okay. Welcome home. That's nice. That's pleasant. Okay. Okay. I love the idea of the intro scene for the game showing a little bit like Animal Crossing, where you see people walking by and stuff, and you're like, hey, that's Todd. Todd? Hey, that's Greg. Is that Jotson walking by there? Hey! That kind of thing. Hey, wait a second. I would like some way of auto asserting. I don't think in Godot you still can't ask it what its export variables are, right? Like you can't ask a class, hey, what's your export variables? There's no, again, we don't have reflection, right? Is that the term I keep wanting to have? Like I can't, it's not introspective. Like I can't ask it about itself, like the stuff that I'm making. Wait a minute. So what does get property list give us? Maybe this, does it give us some info? It's a dictionary. Name, type, hint. No. Lame. I can't wait to have a game where people shit on the code. That's when you know you've made it. It's like, this guy has a giant match statement. Ugh, right, guys? It's like, yes! Yes! Ha! Gotcha. I can't believe it. This moron. Oops, should be not null. Okay. All set? I think it's presumptuous to assume that he hand coded all of that, frankly, and that it wasn't a part of an exported like a macro from an Excel sheet or something. I think the Undertale one especially is a little naive to think that that's exactly how it was written. I think a lot of those ones where it's like, look, it's just a giant thing, and isn't that inefficient, and shouldn't it be this, and we should blah blah blah, and it's like, dude, I don't know what this guy's pipeline was. If it was literally done somewhere else and then it's just like generate this code for me and put it in there, then it's probably exactly the right thing to do for that person. Like, I know for a fact that most modern, like, AAA and all that stuff, they live in Excel. A lot of the stuff they do is in Excel, and then it's brought in, right? So, as far as translation stuff and just, like, dialogue and game, like, a bunch of that stuff is just like an Excel doc. And it makes total sense, because why recreate? Excel can do pretty much everything you need it to do. And now you just export it as like a CSV or whatever the hell. Or not even that. Maybe you have it generate code like I was talking about. So I think it's interesting, though, to, it's not a bad idea to look at other code and kind of compare it and go, okay, this is how they did that or whatever. But it's so funny that a lot of the scene is like, that's not the right way to do that. Instead of thinking, well, I wonder why they did that. And as far as I know, nobody's even asked the person, like, hey, why'd you do it like that? Yeah, it's funny. Cricket, defender of bad code. The White Knight of bad code. Okay. Okay. So all of that is set up. There's some cool stuff in 4.5. I'd have to go back and double check it again to say what my faves were. The script backtracing and custom loggers is cool. The shader baker finally actually. The last release misled people to, and myself even, to think that this was already happening, but it wasn't. You still had to bake your own stuff. So hopefully this works good. They made some changes to duplicate, which might be nice. I don't use it in the way that they're talking about. Multiple runtime, selecting multiple nodes at runtime. That's cool. And this drag and drop resource in ScriptPath's preload by UID is okay. I kind of wish it would just do it with a string reference and not add the preload stuff to it. And also, it's dependent on how you're dragging it in. They're hiding more of the UI in the inspector. I don't think this is a good idea, personally. The way that they're showing things on, because normally that on would have been inside the accordion for follow viewport, but now they're making it show up when you press that. That's like a mystery meat thing. I'm not a fan of that. Paste as unique. This is something I was talking about. So this is cool that they have this now. So when you copy something in the inspector, you can paste it as unique instead of pasting it and then right-clicking and then setting it as unique, which is annoying. And then they have a new GUI component called Foldable Container, which is funny that they don't show it in action. All their GUI stuff is like, again, you have to kind of try it to see what it's doing. Anyways, some good stuff. Yeah, it's a good QOL for sure. RC edit is no longer needed. Yeah. Mm-mm. That's cool. Nick. That's interesting. I'm gonna go into this tabula rasa in terms of like, I'm not gonna do too much research on other baking games or other cozy games as well, but we'll see if that's a mistake, I guess. I sort of have it in my head what this is going to be like, except for the mostly except for how the inputs are. Stacklands. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Oh my god. Yeah, I presume you're being sarcastic. Oh my god, it looks identical. It's not the same company though. Open the floods, I see.
A village builder where you stack cards to collect food, build structures and fight creatures. For example, dragging a villager card on top of a berry bush card will spawn berry cards over time, which you can then use to feed your villagers.
That's cool. It kind of taps into like an OCD thing. Part of it. Like, because you're kind of like managing the table a bit. It took them about a month to make Stacklands bare bones game and finish it in like 2 or 3, I think. That's, yeah, that's nice. Good for them. Good for them. Okay, 5-minute timeout for Nick. Fast success, none of that shit here. You know what? Good for them. What else do you want to say about how successful they are, Nick? I'm is that team that does, they're the co-op, they're like a commune of like game developers? Yeah, it's those guys. A manufacturing fact. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. That's, you know what that replicates a lot of is the way that early pre-id software was being run. That's exactly how it was back then. For like Carmack and Romero and what's his name, when they were working for that other company before they started id and made Doom. Yeah. Well, luckily our tariffs and everything is going to make working with other people even easier to do. You know? Ah, God. No doubts, yeah. God. All right. Don't forget the denial of visa for. Yeah, it's all going to be great. It's all going to be great. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this run. I gotta use the restroom. I should set the timer back down to a lower amount. And what we need to do too is now we've got to set things up so that we can easily is the music louder than normal? No. We need to set it up so we can go to any of these modes immediately for testing reason. Yeah, it's very low. I don't want to force it on people. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Okay, from a design perspective, here's one major problem with the game idea. There goes my wife walking by. The issue is that I'm really making 3 games. And the problem with this, and I've seen people reviews for things and games like get negative feedback because people like one part of the game but they don't like the other parts. So I think what we need to do, yeah, this worries me now that I think about it. But I think what we should do is, I don't know, we'll see. Okay, so then we go to selling, and then we say begin selling, and this goes for another 30 seconds. Yeah, we just have to be careful about like, I think we need to make it so that if the main thing, I feel like the core thing is the selling stuff. I don't know. Maybe we try these 3 ones, and if we find one is the better one, so then we're home and we hit welcome home, and then that starts. Oh, guys. Okay, so it's working. So now we start out with the welcome screen, the beginning of the game. Start game. So this is going to be the exterior of the bakery. And there's going to be people walking around and... Right? So you start... So let's get Crime and I. Dude, it's so crazy with my daughter being homeschooled. How I'm now having to teach her to how to take tests because we just don't do that. And so it's really interesting to watch her struggle with like certain things about it, which is like, it's so funny when you think about it in a traditional school. You that's like, it feels like that's all you're doing. Town to City, which is a voxel game. Okay, so now that we have this, I guess what we'll do is we'll just get a character controller going, right? Let's just get a fun little character controller going, because that's the first thing we're going to try is you move the character around to do the stuff. That's what we'll do. This whole thing will fall apart if the baking thing sucks. But that's kind of being a baker. I gotta be frank. You can be Sally. Being a baker sucks nuts. Because you wake up at like 3 in the morning, and maybe it's for some people. Maybe some people love it. But you wake up at like, I mean, first you got to get to the bakery, right? So you got to get there at like 3 or 4. So you got to wake up even earlier than that to go to bake. Then you go and you bake, and then it's like, okay, now you sell everything. And obviously, the guy who bakes and the guy who sells are probably two different people, but in real life. But for mom and pop, maybe that's a kid sometimes. And maybe that's what we could do with the game is like you could say, hey, little Billy, do you want to be like, I'm talking about child labor. Hey, little 6-year-old Billy, you want to bake in the morning or do you want to sell at the cashier? And maybe we could make it so in the design of the game, it's like, hey, if you don't like doing this, you could just put like one of your family members on it and it'll just skip it. And it won't necessarily be the best quality. Maybe one of them's better than the other at doing that. But like you could skip that phase if you don't like it. We could do something like that, I suppose. But then it's like, what if we find out that the majority of people are skipping one of the phases? Do we try to improve it or do we just dump it? We just dump it. If there's only A to C answers on the test, then it's rather easy to solve depending on the topic. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm teaching her. Because tests are timed and there's all this stuff about it that's like this kind of pressure she's never experienced in class. And the first time she had to take one, she broke down because it's a type of it's just a type of mental load I've never put on her before, and she felt a lot of pressure. And so like part of it is, here's the tricks to get through this stuff quickly to reduce the fear, the like this thing that's happening to you, like you know, here's how to like reduce your choices quickly. It's stuff like that. It really sucks for math too, because math is like a hard thing to test for because of the process of elimination exists and so on and so forth. So testing for actual comprehension in math is like multiple choice is probably not the way to do that. Seeing the work is ideal. But even then, there's like a dozen ways to solve the same thing typically until you get into something like algebra or whatever. So it's tough. All right, my son's missing. I think he's playing with my wife. I gotta go track him down. Be right back. Oh, he's in trouble. Uh-oh. But the other thing that sucks too is there's like different ways of teaching math, and there's all of this stuff that's from, they've changed it in the States, and so like I'm having to teach things I wouldn't teach in certain ways. I wouldn't display things in certain ways that they're starting to show. And it's like, it's really weird. There's a weird focus on certain things that are like, it's strange, to say the least. So A lot of stuff about the number line, a lot of focus on the number line, and like tying that to like dot plots, and it's weird. It's weirdly focused on things like it's almost not even about the operations. It's just about number value and where it is on the number line, and can you tell me where it is on the number line? And like it's weird stuff where it's like, you know, if it's a fraction, where would it be here? And it's like there's other ways of mentally perceiving what that is. You know, but I get what they're trying to find out if the kid understands. Anyways, so I have to teach all this shit that I would totally just not even be caring about right now. So doing math with tricks instead of actual math. No, just how like how to take tests. Like how to that part. No, that's the thing is she knew, like when we did the first like test, she knew everything on it, but she sort of like freaked out. And so it's just like, oh, okay, well, you know, let's practice taking tests and like calm down, and like here's what you can, you know, like read the question out loud, you know, slow down, stuff like that. But so, without getting into the specifics, like imagine a math question that's like, for instance, you know, one of them is like, hey, here's a math problem. Which of these equals the same result, right? And it's like, well, you could do every single one of them and figure it out. Like, okay, I'm going to solve this one and figure it out, and I'm going to solve this one and figure it out, and I'm going to solve this one. Okay, this one is the one that equals it, right? So that takes time. And it's like, okay, well, in that case, let's just like, you could do a quick pass on it, right? If the higher number category is like adds up to a higher number than the thing, you just don't even continue on, because you know it's not going to be it. And like, it's stuff like that. It's all this sort of the bullshit of testing comprehension in math. Like, it's a weird thing to have multiple choice as a way of identifying like an understanding of math. That's what I'm talking about. So, and a lot of it feels like like if I asked her these questions, she'd be like, oh yeah, this. But it just feels like it's the way that it's written and presented that's odd to her, because she's not used to seeing it that way. It's that simple. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm being a little vague, but anyways. Okay. Yeah, let's work on a player controller, which means we have to import more assets. Let's go to itch. But yeah. Anyways, this is why we don't share our personal life stuff, right, guys? Uh-oh, itch is down. Guys, I really don't think itch is long for this earth. I know they're part of that group that's getting DOSed. And Cloudflare's been having problems, right? So I imagine they use Cloudflare. Okay, well, maybe I have these assets downloaded already. Who knows why? Why does anyone DDoS anyone else? Timeout. Oh, itch, my friend. Let's see. Oh, the dungeon crawler has it. We'll grab it from there. We're just gonna grab their cutesy little characters from that. I just need something to get started with. Yeah. And that's the other thing that sucks about this. This is like a pre-test. We don't know what the actual test is going to look like. So we really don't know ultimately what we're going to end up with. So I could be doing a ton of work, and then the actual test is she doesn't even have a problem and she breezes through it. But you know, you want to do right by your kid and everything like that, so you're just like, you're worried about it, and you but I hate teaching to test. This is why I wanted to avoid all that stuff. Okay. So who's the most I own a bakery looking character that we have? The barbarian with the beard? It feels like a baker. It feels like a baker. The druid? No. The engineer? It's got like a baker vibe if we can get rid of the goggles. The knight? Let's maybe the mage? Yeah, that's kind of a... Get rid of the tool belt. Yeah, rogue? Let's get rid of the... I think we're going to go with the barbarian. Handsome man. Handsome old man. Huh? Self-insert character. That's totally me. Orange beard look like a baker. Some more of a, like a Olaf kind of guy. Oh, hello, Olaf. Oh, hello. It is I, Olaf. I bake some food. Yeah, you do, Olaf. And how are we doing? He's got baker gloves on. I'm a baker. So he's got like a tool belt on, which isn't obviously kind of not what we want. Everything else seems kind of bakerish. I loves to bake some food. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'll apologize ahead of time. I like to bake some food. Okay. So let's work on a character controller. Now this, I think we're going to definitely have be its own scene. So blah, 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 blah. Let's go ahead and do that now. Scene, new, character. Okay. Put this SOB in here. Make local. For now. Just so we can get through this stuff pretty quickly. We don't want a baker holding a shotgun, right? So just get rid of all that. Now, is that going to break? Is that going to make it yell at us when it's running animations? No, we have like attacks. I think we're going to need a lot of like icons over their heads to indicate what's happening. That's fine. Other language related tests? Yeah. Yeah, she's been doing reading tests, state reading tests for the past 3 years. She scores in the 99, whatever the highest percentile is. I think she's single-handedly helping keep the state reading scores high. I'm exaggerating, but yeah, she reads a ton. It's actually kind of a problem sometimes. It's like, could you put the book down for a second? I need you to do this thing. Munglo, how's it going? Let me see. Do I have a shout out for Bungalow? No, I don't. Bungalow, do you have an itch page or a Steam store link that you would like to share for the class? We're all watching you right now. Come on, itch. We have those every month, and it was a nightmare because there are 3 different sounds that can be written with 2 different letters each, and some have words And some words have all of those letters. Ugh. Ah, he's falling through the world. Okay, so we need a collision. Okay. So we have this mesh instance, but we need a collision. Isn't there an easy ground? I guess not. There's like an easy way to there we go. Create collision shape. There we go. Collision shape. And then we need a static body. We put that there. Still falls through. Just because we didn't put it inside. We're going to have a character controller, so I'm going to try it that way first. So, we do need it for the character. Or did you want to make this game, Nick? Here we go. Already, we're on day 2, and chat's like, this isn't the game that I was promised. Oh, the character body needs a collision. I'm kidding, Nick. I'm just kidding. I know. I'm being a dick. Yeah, we need a collision shape. Okay. I'm being a dick. I'm being a dick. I was imagining it being disembodied, but then this is the funny thing about doing any development on the stream is people are instantly like, no, you control a player. Like I was imagining a player that you controlled. So we've already, just in the rough description of the game, it's become different things to different people, which is interesting. We're going to start up high. I think we're like flying off into space already. What is this? What is all this shit? What the hell? Look at this. What is going on? It should only be getting called once. It's not. That's part of our problem right there. Bro, what? Oh, it's in the for loop. There we go. That's why we were getting that random crashing, I think. Okay. I'm just curious. In the old times, games would have hidden actions attached to screen elements, almost like those actions in the logo screen from Stardew Valley. Oh, I'm not even familiar with that. That's funny. It loaded eventually. I'm just getting times out, so it's got to be something on the. You must be able to reach the endpoint. Whatever the DOS attack is doing, it's. I can't get to it from here. I mean, this is a server error. So if they're using multiple, if there's like multiple servers or cloud, some weird cloud thing going on, maybe you're getting one that's still kind of working, and I'm getting one that's getting hosed right now. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, pause. Show menu. We're not paused. So let's confirm that get vector UI. So is that the arrow keys? Oh, that's the arrow keys. Okay. All right. So we don't want to use that. We can't move around. So theoretically, we could walk this way and get to the other scene. So we have our character. So now let's add a reference to that here. And we're going to snap this SOB where we need them occasionally. So now, for sure, my daughter wanted to be able to have multiple character types. This is where all of this stuff I tried to talk to her about from a design perspective, but I couldn't get any straight answers. Or my producers being very indecisive. So is that a turnoff for you guys if you hear that you have to control someone on the screen? But yeah, we don't necessarily need physics for gravity. We don't yeah, I agree. We don't need gravity. Oh, we'll come back to it. Operation Other Secret Initiative is still a go. But I haven't been able to work on my daughter's game at all, so I wanted to be able to do that. So I'm doing 30 days on this. Like I said, I'm doing 30 days this and just like, what do we end up with? What do we end up with? It's something that the guy who made Spelunky talks about. I don't exactly remember the Venn diagram. It's something like this. It goes a little something like this. Give me a second. So, games I like to make. Games I'm good at making. What was it? Hang on, guys. I'm hearing screaming outside. I might have to go check out what's going on. Here it is. Games I want to make. Games I want to have made. And games I'm good at making. So something like that. But it's something I can carry through the end. I don't know, dude. I work on this stuff and then just self-doubt creeps in and it's like, you'll never amount to anything, son. You'll never amount to anything, son. And I'm like, oh, God, you're right, Dad. Yeah, this is it. It's kind of what I'm focusing on. My big concern right now is, so this game has, so it's like 3 different things that you're doing. So you bake for 5 minutes. We're roughly approximating. You bake for 5 minutes. Right now it's going by in 30 seconds. You bake for 5 minutes. So imagine there's a kitchen that you're in and you're running around and doing different tasks. But I think that a lot of this is going to be like mini game kind of stuff, right? And then and then you sell. So then you have the storefront, and you design the like display windows and all that kind of stuff, and you sell. And so this is probably going to have like kind of a Diner Dash kind of feel to it. The trick is just like with that gold digger's joke, sell the tools, don't look for gold. Yeah. Well, right now that's assets, sounds, graphics. That's where the money is at in game development right now. That's my real belief. You shouldn't be making games. You should be selling things for people to make games with. That's if you want to just make a steady income stream, that's what you do. The problem is it really seems like itch is going to go under, and that was a major place where people would do that from. And then you come home and you have a little house life that you sort of come back to and tend to. Oh, I can't. It's on itch. Yeah. So then you come home and it's like, hey, honey, kiss the kids, kick the dog, take all your frustrations out in the bathroom, start screaming your head in a pillow. Ah! And then you start over. So that's that. But I wonder if disembodied is the way to go. Disembodied, you don't see the player character, you're just clicking things. But I think moving around is nice. I get why people want that. So our player character, we're going to have an area in front of the player character. Or do we cast an area around the player character for detecting if you're touching something? Let's make it in front of the character. Is interact a single word? I don't even know anymore. Yes, it is. Okay. What's the cheapest collision shape, guys? Do you guys know? Is it a cube or is it a cylinder? It's a sphere. So Dragon Ball. A Dragon Ball is the best Okay, we're not going to use a sphere. We're going to use a capsule. And it's going to be tall because there may be cabinets that we want to interact with. So we'll just make it really tall. Looks good. Dragging these balls. Dragging these balls. Export. I do think, I've said this before, but I do think that something like this has the best bet of doing okay. of all the things that I've said, hey, I could do this, 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 hey, I could do this. Okay. Now we have our character controller. And this will be a scene that we add to Game. So let's go ahead and delete. And this is something we were going to want to load. So we'll go to our config. Put it in one of our special scenes. We have like a special scene thing that we do here. So region load, scenes. So we have game, UI, player, character. Okay. We're using UI all over the place. Scenes.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Little Carlito, thanks for the follow. His name was Little Carlito. Ba-da-bum. All right. He had a mission. A murdered lover. He's out for revenge. Right. And then on main, we go ahead and add this. So then on our game here, we're going to have var character colon character. What is it called? Just character. Player character. Okay. Character has the same name as previously to go. Okay, so get rid of that. Go away. I just saw a YouTube thumbnail, the video tile, the streaming war is over, piracy won. Picture all kinds of streaming services, blah, 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 with pirate flag. What do you think? So, whenever you make something illegal that there is a demand for, you create a black market. Okay? So, for instance, I think this drug is bad and people shouldn't have it. I'm going to make it illegal to buy and sell. You've actually created you've made it even more dangerous. Because the only way that that demand can be satiated now is through criminal activity. Which, everything that comes with it, right? On the other end of the spectrum, this thing is legal, but is impossible to acquire. And is difficult, and makes it like I can't even figure out how to do it. Or I can't buy it anywhere, or whatever, right? And then, lo and behold, you get something like piracy becoming... More and more people look into it and try and figure it out and all that kind of stuff. I feel like they're almost on the same side of the cloth. They're just on different sides of the same cloth. So the problem right now, as I see it, that I've experienced personally, is that literally I'll think of a movie I want to watch. I can't even find it. There's nowhere I can go to get it. I can't buy it anywhere or whatever. However, modern technology makes it easy to go and say, well, I can actually, right? So back in the day, it was like, oh, the rental place doesn't have the movie I want. That's it. You'll never get to watch it, right? Except that even back then, people could make copies of tapes and stuff like that. So that very, very much could happen as well. So I think that what we're seeing is the difficulty of accessing the media we want to access, the ludicrousy of it all getting separated into these siloed areas, the recreation of a cable market, essentially, the increasing amount of ads delivered through these services and stuff is creating such an untenable, unappetizing thing for a consumer market that the consumer market is like, look, you know what? You guys suck so bad. I'd rather just figure out how I can grab this so that I can and watch it myself. I'm not saying that's right or good. I'm just saying that if you just think about human behavior instead of what you want things to be, that this is almost an inevitability based on what the market is doing right now. Not that I would use it, but our software is bananas. Yeah. I think in this case and point, it's just that the streaming service world is so now granulated into many pieces that people start pirating. Yeah. Well, and then you add international laws about what can be streamed where, and you have to start using VPNs. You're actually creating the knowledge base necessary to pirate without even getting caught. Like, you're actually training people to be able to know how to, like, to learn how to do these things without really realizing it. So, and in a way, this is like almost like a mini prohibition, a media prohibition, right? You can't watch this anywhere else but on Disney, and you know, unless you purchase it, but you don't own anything. You purchase it, but it could go away at any second. You know, it's like, wow. You know, it just creates this like that trustworthiness. It's like the dollar. It's like any money. A monetary system requires the belief that it has value. But if your own purchase does not retain existence, then like it becomes the question. The consumer asks, why purchase? It's crazy. Yeah, we had a kid who ripped DVDs in high school. Yeah. Yeah, the VPN for a show, which was 5 seasons in your region, but not the 6th to 7th. Mm-hmm. And on Windows, you want to play Blu-ray, play for software on it. Yeah, that's just embarrassing, frankly. But I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that if there's a demand for something and the accessibility is not there, it will be filled. This is like guaranteed. And so in places where you make something illegal, you get a black market. If there's still a demand for it, no matter how much you want it not to exist. And in the same regard, if you make a legal means of acquiring something, but it's still acquirable, then they'll go with the illegal means so long as their moral spectrum is on it's still okay. Which, it's the same people are making those choices when they purchase something that's illegal. So I don't know. I think that the market is the streaming market. All this is ready for some sort of disruption. It's primed for it. I just don't know what it would look like. But just take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I don't know what I'm talking about. But you asked my opinion. That's kind of what it is. I just got tired of it. Yeah. I mean, I will say that I do own DVDs and Blu-rays, and I do rip them and put them on Plex because it's easier to access that way from any device in my home, and it's just an ease thing. It is interesting to watch a larger market want the things that I've wanted for a while. Like the nerds have wanted some, like you own things, physical copy, blah, 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 blah. And it's weird to watch the market sort of go back to that. There was an ease and convenience to all this, and the rug has been sort of pulled out from under people. And so if this was never going to be profitable in the first place, it shouldn't have been created. If this was never going to work, then maybe don't create a demand and then rip it away and be surprised when they seek out the very thing that you created and removed, right? So that's yeah. Okay, so we got that. Now it's back on there, and so we can move around. Okay. So we're loading in the character through our load. Loads are super fast. The game starts up super fast. It's all very good. All very good. But see, there's this occasional just random crash. I don't know what that's about. Let's just see if loading has finished when this happens. Have we at least done this? They also show you shows which don't work in your region until you pay and get into their system when they hide it. Oh, that's screwy, man. Wow, that's real messed up. The trick that I do for any streaming services, any subscription service is I activate it and then I immediately cancel it, because most of those services prorate because they don't want to give you your money back, right? So they prorate, or they don't prorate. Sorry, they don't prorate because they don't want to give you your money back. And so any streaming service we sign up for, I immediately go back out of it, go to the menu, and then however we set it up, and then I go to the billing and I just cancel the service. Because if we forget about it, and say you forget about it and it's 7 days after it would have renewed, that's 7 days you didn't pay for, right? So I'll be right back. I'm drinking a lot today, so I'm a little leaky. Okay, so thinking about it, we'll make the movement. We'll try to make, for this first pass, we're going to do the player character, and we're going to make the movement so that it's such that moving on a grid. Captain, what's up? Competition? Let me see. What competition? What are we talking about? Are you working on something like this? Go check out your stream. Prepare for battle. No!
Be cool to check you out. 8.045. So I don't think that's it.
Thank you, Nick. Have a good one. Let me copy your link address. The latest clip. Okay, let me see.
Should work a little bit better now. Cool. If I walk over here, yeah, nothing happens because I'm not holding anything. Now I'm holding honey. Now I place the honey. Wait, why didn't it make it disappear? Fix it eventually. Okay, it's a simple
Fix it
bug,
in
but
post.
The point is, I can place honey on the table. Let's go. That's pretty good for one day.
Nice.
Cool. The honey doesn't appear on the table, but that's a tomorrow
You
problem.
may as well resign. I think we're making very different games so far. I think we're okay. There's room for all of us. We can all eat at the table. All right. I gotta hide myself. So yeah, we'll make it so you move right, you press the right once. You move left, you press the left once. Tap, 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 move, 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 right? So that's how the movement will work. Let me hide my camera so I can eat. So people don't judge me while I eat. He eats like a cow. My father was a cow. How dare you? All right. Still randomly crashing. Got to figure out what is causing this. Okay, so grid movement. Let's look at our 3D. Hide the mesh here. World environment, screwing everything up. Hard to see. Okay. That should be fine. Character body. Direction. We do not need gravity. So the character body does not need to be... color. Player character. We're going to change this back to node 3D. And we don't need a collision shape now. Well, we could still do a physics for collision detection. How much of the state of the... How much of the interacting are we going to do on a data level versus not? We don't know yet. Ugh. Let's yeah, we really don't need it to be that. We can get rid of all this stuff. We can keep this. Okay. Okay. We're going to copy that, but we're not going to use velocity like that. We don't need jump velocity. Let me do a shout out to Captain. Dude, what are these flexing TikTok things about, guys? I don't understand it. Women do it, men do it, where it's like, I'm so cool, check me out. Look at me walking around this area. Look at how cool I am walking around. It's like, what the fuck? It's so childish. It cracks me up. Look at me. Oh, God. Look at me walk. I'm so cool. Cookies and Chex Mix. Look at me eating cookies and Chex Mix. Look at how cool I am. Is it position :X? Is that how we do this? I don't know. They won't know how cool I am unless I record it and show them. Look at me walk. So cool like. Too slow. The consts don't update. That's lame. Might need to make those exports too slow. So we're gonna need a buffer, a movement buffer. In order for this to work right. Now, do we buffer the movement or do we snap it so that when you move, I mean, this is a starting point. It's just not 100% right. So one thing we could do is, all right, we could have a global move to address, or it's private, but move to position. And in this case, we say, if we get another input and the position does not equal our move to position, then position equals move to position. We snap it. Okay? Then we take all this stuff out. We could only possibly be doing one of these at a given moment. And we don't tween any of it. Like this. We create the tween at the end after we check to see if there is a move to position. So we do this and we say move to position is vector, or we have a var. We'll put it here. New move to. Position. Okay. And at the start, we say new move to position is a vector 3 0. Okay. So now we have a empty one, and then we just do the math here based on the input. Move to position X, if we're going left, equals position X plus, or how about, yeah, we can just assign the X, minus 1. And then same with this, we do something, and this, and this. So, and right and up. Oh, this is Z. then if move to new position, new move to position does not equal vector 3, 0, then we're going to tween. And actually, we can just assign a negative number and a positive number. Can you do that? Can you? It looks like you can just do like -1. Red, I'm doing all right. How you doing? And then we just say, and this is grid size, not 1. Minus grid size. Okay. And then we say move to position. So position overall plus new move to position. Now, we also say move to position equals new move to position. Position plus new. Okay. And then we put it in here. Like magic. See if it works. Yeah, I'm eating a bit slow. Seems good. Feels good. Obviously, we don't have any animations right now, but we are moving on a grid. Okay. It's working. It's working! All right. So now when we do each of these things in the game, we're going to take the player character and snap them to these locations. So... $70 hours. Dude, I'm telling you. We got the next notch here in chat right now. Ooh, we need a setter for position.
Huh? 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 Huh?
You okay, guys?
Oh my gosh. You guys are the worst. I'm cooking, I'm baking. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm not gonna do it in time. Oh no. No. Here we go. Bacon, cooking. Okay, we're selling. Selling. Oh my god, I'm selling. Oh my god, no, I'm selling so good. Oh, you want this? Cha-ching. Okay, here you go. Cha-ching. You want that? Oh, 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 up there. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. Cha-ching. Okay. I'm selling so good, guys. Whoa, look at me. I'm for sale. Whoa, here I go. Whoa, selling so good. So good. So good for you. All right, welcome home. I'm home. Hello, everybody. I'm home. It's me. Look at me. Hi. Whoa. Okay. Got a plant up my butt. Whoa. What's that about? Oh, the night's falling. All right, back to baking. Whoa, I'm baking again. Whoa. Okay, so we're all set to go to our different spots. Tell me about this cozy baking game. It's going to be a cozy baking game. You're going to bake things real cozy like. What I thought I was going to be working on today, we just aren't. The idea is that you're going to have a baking phase, a selling phase, and then like enjoy your wealth acquisition phase. The ending of Back to the Future 1 phase, right? He's asleep. Big's in the bedroom. Door shut. Wow. Okay. That's right. We kissed off screen. You guys didn't even get to see it. It always happens off screen. Never get to see it. Back to the Future's taught us that standing up to bullies is easy. All you have to do is break the laws of space-time. Exactly. It's so simple. So simple, Marty. Dumbass Marty. Why didn't you think of that, Marty? Dumbass. Damas. Actually, it's Damas. Damas, Marty. Mm-hmm. 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 Too deep. Okay. How do we design kitchens? I can't believe Marty witnessed elder abuse and his reaction was to flee in a time machine. All right. Are you guys ready for my Doc Brown rant? I have a theory about Doc Brown. Doc Brown is suicidal. Let me lay the scene for you. The opening moments of Back to the Future include a shot, a tracking shot of a bunch of clocks, right? And on one of the clocks, you actually see a man holding on to the side of the clock tower, onto the hand of one of the clocks on a clock tower, foreshadowing what's about to occur. It also implies heavily that the events with Marty have happened at least once already in the timeline. And that at some point Doc Brown was like, I'll make a cool little, I'll put myself on this little clock tower. Sorry, Calvin's dying right now. I'll put myself on this little clock tower as some sort of tchotchke thing. There's an implication there that basically this isn't the first time.
What the dog doing?
That we're actually at one of the points where Marty has gone back already. Okay? Okay. Hey Marty, you gotta come see me at the mall at 4 a.m. in the morning or whatever. I got something to show you. Okay. I'll come. Marty shows up at the mall. Where's Doc Brown? Doc Brown is inside a van in the DeLorean running the engine. The van opens to a plume of smoke, at which point the DeLorean drives out. Why would someone be in an enclosed space running a car engine? I ask you. Why? Especially with gull wing doors that aren't going to open inside that van. Okay? So Marty saves Doc's life, doesn't even realize it in that moment. Okay? Next, Marty's like, okay, Or Doc is like, okay, when this thing hits 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious shit, right? Marty steps out of the way because the car is pointed right at them. What does Doc do? Doc looks at Marty and implies, you need to stand back next to me, right? Why? Now, the car comes barreling down at him, hits 88 miles an hour, and fucking disappears, right? What's Doc's reaction? Surprise! He's surprised that the time machine worked. Why? Why, I ask you? Okay. Now, I have some answers for those questions. Now, Marty goes back in time. But he hasn't done it before. Because every time it's new to him because of how the timeline works, right? So Marty goes back in time because he heard the story from Doc. Of course, 1955, September 7th, 1955, or whatever it was, right? That's when I invented time travel. I was in my bathroom, hanging a picture. I fell, hit my head. When I came to, that's the story he tells Marty, right? Marty goes to his house that night and explains everything to the door, desperately saying, this is when you invented time travel, you hit your head, we were hanging a picture on the wall, right? Okay, first of all, who needs to stand on a stool to hang to hang a picture in the bathroom, right? Because the implication is he was standing on something to hang something, right? You know what he was trying to hang? He was trying to hang himself. It was a failed suicide. Doc Brown did not succeed in killing himself. Why would he kill himself? Because he's a failed inventor. I've never invented anything that works, he says. You're telling me I invent something that works? Do you know what this means? This means this thing doesn't work. Bye. Oh, I love you, Ribbon. I love you so much. Okay, bye, sweetheart. All right. So that's three pieces of evidence that Doc Brown has been suicidal. The first time he's trying to kill himself in 55, I suspect he was trying to kill himself because he just thinks of himself as a failed scientist. Later, not shown on in the movie at all, his mansion burns down. Right? And he ends up living in his garage and selling his land around him. And that's why you end up with a Burger King, okay? Right next to his garage. So I suspect that maybe his mansion burning down is another failed attempt at killing himself. Why is he trying to kill himself? Well, I suspect that given what he said about like the space-time continuum and if there are paradoxes and the entire universe ending and all that stuff, that he is so afraid of the consequences of failing that he'd rather just end it all. And when Marty saves him, he's like, okay, I'm just gonna take him out with me. If it works, great. If it doesn't, at least we'll both be dead because the whole timeline is gonna get screwed up because he already knows that Marty's supposed to go back to change the future. And if he doesn't, it's like a paradox, right? So that's my theory. There's other things that Doc has done which indicates that he's got a little bit of a suicidal tendency. At least very much. I mean, here's another thing. He sells a fake nuclear he sells a fake bomb to some terrorists to get some plutonium. And he gets the plutonium at the last minute. He knows for 30 years that he needs to get his hands on plutonium. He knows for 30 years that he has to get plutonium in order for the time machine to work. He knows that because he's seen the time machine and he understands how it works because he saw a video explaining how it works. Doc Brown is suicidal. My theory is Occam's razor. Doc just wanted a vintage slice of the. What? Evidence for this is Mary Steenburgen. Oh my gosh. No, even when he goes back into the 1800s, he immediately gets himself killed by being reckless and irresponsible. And, you know, only by the luck of everything, Marty finds out. But I like to think that Doc doesn't really believe the time machine is going to work. He doesn't. He's me. Doesn't believe it's going to work. It's not going to work, and I've never made anything that works. Why would it work? It's literally the first time he tries it. And I guess I don't know. I guess he figures if he's got his dog in it, that. I mean, he tried. We'll give him that. But I think he knows the weight of what could happen if it doesn't work. But absolutely, the surprise and everything that he shows is real because Marty witnessed it. And that's my story. I think he also realizes, I wonder if he was smart enough to somehow deduce that it couldn't be possible. Like there is this infinite loop of Marty going back in time and coming back to the future that has to continue on, right? And I think he realizes there's no way that I'm at this is the first loop. And that basically they're creating multiple timelines every single time it happens. And that's evidenced by the Lone Pine, Twin Pine thing, right? And a bunch of other things that change when he comes back. So he knows that there's now created this infinite loop of time travel, this kid going back to 955, changing things, and then creating many different timelines. And so I think he's like probably flipping out about that thought too. In the 50s, Doc tries to ride the lightning at Town Hall. It's all coming together. What was it? There was a bunch of other things that I thought of, particularly with the second and third movie. What was a crazy thought is this the Doc that knows that he goes back to 1885? Right? Because that's even more pressure. Because you're dealing with, I have to make this time machine work knowing that I'm going to get killed in 1885. And all of this has to work in order for this time machine to be buried in the caves so we can get it so that Marty can go back and save me. So if it's that Doc that knows that future, he's got to be feeling he's in an existential crisis at that point. Where it's just like, I have to get this to work. Okay, I've just been thinking about how do we do the saving and the loading of the kitchen scene. And I think I have it. And this is true for any of these scenes. But what I need is to be able to do is design different kitchens. So we're going to need to attach a script to this that's a tool. Now, we could use We could try and get everything in a grid map. Chicken. Look at this shit. Is there, do you guys know if there's editor scripts that run before you hit run project? If I had a tool script that ran then, that would work. Because there's certain things that I want to have get handled before it runs that I don't want to have to remember to like press a button, or I find it easier to write a script that just does something than to try to make it into a tool that's like it has to run right when everything is running. If that makes sense. So what about triggering, I guess if I do save, are there signals when we're going to save or something? In Godot? Hey, itch is working for me. We could do it that way. It's, I guess then I have to do a check to make sure it's the game and not the See, that's the thing is, after Marty visits him once, and this whole thing starts, and it would have to have started only one time, once. And then from then on, it's a loop where Marty, the time machine must be invented in order for Marty to travel back in time and everything to have occurred the way that it occurred. I guess, because if he doesn't, I mean, is there any way that Doc could say, I'm not going to invent the time machine ever? And then just stop that timeline from happening? Is that based on the logic of Back to the Future, is that what he should have done? Which would be really confusing to Marty, because Marty would come back to the future, go and try to save Doc, and that event wouldn't even be happening anymore. Because he's come back to a different future where Doc isn't going to invent the time machine. That would have been a far more rational thing for Doc to have done. But instead, he does it all. But if it had no detrimental impact, then this loop could have only happened once, and it would have been fine. But for some reason, Doc is like, I'm going to make the time machine, even though he knows it creates this big problem. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's times that it didn't work. I mean, he should have not created the time machine. Like, Marty gets sent back, he's like, yay. And then it's like, I'll see him in the future. And then Marty comes back, is like, I'm going to save Doc. He drives to the mall. Doc's waiting there alive with the van. He's like, look, Marty, I'm fine. Let me explain. Although Doc wouldn't know what happened to him, right? I think that's why he's so concerned about not knowing. So Doc wouldn't have known if he had just decided not to make the time machine, that all these problems would basically just go away. I don't know. We do know that the second movie isn't even possible to have happened. I remember when I thought about that and I was like, oh, this kind of ruins it for me. But I still love the movies. But the second one and the third one basically can't happen because they rely on Doc taking Marty and his girlfriend to the future, which if he did that, it would be a future where they went missing that day in 85. They would travel to a future and they would be missing children from that point on and never found. And the future would be completely different that they travel to. So the fact that he's taking them with him to the future, that doesn't work. As a matter of fact, traveling to the future at all means that you're taking yourself out of the timeline, and therefore you're traveling to a future where only if you had killed yourself in that moment would that future have happened. It's a future where they left and came back. But then what if they just decide to fold their arms and do nothing when they're in that future? Is that when everything starts to disappear and change? Because think about it. Bill's head logic. Yeah. I guess it should have implied that they could only be there for a very short amount of time before everything falls apart. Okay. So if we keep track of when the nodes enter and exited, that's enough for us to create a resource that we can have save automatically. I love the movies, though. I'm not shitting on the movies at all. Okay, so we're going to have a kitchen layout resource. And this is going to be essentially just an array of... Oh my God, Doc. It's amazing how much the film works and how you don't question the Doc-Marty relationship. Because modern screenwriting would dictate, like, oh, modern screenwriting would be like, well, this is weird. This male guy, this older male guy is hanging out with this young kid. Is there like something sexual going on? We better give Doc a wife so that the audience knows that it's nothing like that, right? We should probably also have one of them say something about how they met or something, you know. Let him crank the amps up to 11. Yeah, he's got a drunk, overbearing mom who won't even let him go out on a night out with his girlfriend. His dad's a complete loser. He already sees his future in his brother working at McDonald's. I can't believe McDonald's was okay with that sponsorship. What's funny is Burger King's right next to them, but for some reason doesn't he work at McDonald's? I think he works at McDonald's. His mom's brother is always been in jail, is never getting out. His dad is still like dealing with a high school bully. There is other Strange Timeline movies where the main character only exists within the loop, where he's his own father, etc. Yeah. If Doc was smarter, he would have made a time machine that works without having to move through space at the same time. You know, like any other time machine in all of media. That's what makes it so cool, though. I always imagined the reason why why it had to be moving was that it was somehow building, it was like moving like once the process happened, it was like a gate and you had to pass through it. And it was only open for whatever the length of the DeLorean is at the speed of 88 miles an hour. So like you had to be going 88 miles an hour for that thing to open for you to pass through it. Also, if he was smarter, he would have gone forwards first to look for a Mr. Fusion. This is true. An alternative source of energy. Well, I mean, but that night he was going to go to the future. He didn't even know where he was going to go. He was just kind of spitballing it. Doc apologist. No, I'm saying he's rash, compulsive, doesn't think things through, but most of all, he's likely very suicidal. That's what I think. I'm guessing that he's played Russian roulette with that revolver that he had on more than one occasion. On the nights that he was like, the timeline, the deadline for making the time machine work was getting closer and closer. I can't keep getting away with it. Doc playing solitaire Russian roulette. Okay. You know what's another crazy idea? Is that imagine if rock and roll was only the first, like, imagine if he brought back something before rock and roll on one loop. Like that, let's imagine a future where rock and roll takes like 100 years to get invented, right? And Marty only takes back one musical influence with him every time. So what he's actually doing is he's advancing music far beyond what it originally was going to get to by like going back and carrying back some influence, right? And then doing it again, and then doing it again. And music is just getting pushed further and further into influenced. Loop number one, Marty banging two rocks together. Oh, God. What if that? What if his family was even more trash? And like this is just like making the McFly family. The other implication, like Back to the Future 3 heavily implies inbreeding in the McFly family because his grandmother looks exactly like his mother. So it's like, wait a minute. This is strange. Is she from the same family? Like, is her side of the family? It's also just got strong. I don't know what is Gam Gam. I don't even know what that is. Oh, grandma. Okay. Gam Gam's just got strong DNA. But why would George McFly's wife look like the McFly's grandmother? That's what I'm trying to say, right? That's the part that's weird because she's not supposed to be a part of that family tree until she has Marty, of course, or like Marty is a part of it. All right, it's all right. Yeah, it's really weird when you think about that because it's like, wait a minute. It would be like it makes sense that I don't know. It's also just doesn't make sense because it's even more weird because instead of choosing George McFly, obviously they didn't have the actor anymore. Crispin Glover was out, right? But they chose to have the grandfather look like Marty. You know, they couldn't do it with Crispin Glover. It's weird. I like to think that the joke in the first one implies even more truth because of the third one, because the dad is like, you know, he's an idiot. His whole family must be idiots. It comes from breeding or whatever. He's like, if you ever have a kid like that, I'll disown you. So there's an even with the third film, there's an even more implication of like this weird. Your jawline needs to. Oh God. We never even know Elaine's last name, though, right? Bennis. Elaine Bennis? No, Elaine? Am I saying Elaine? That's Seinfeld. His mom's name is Elaine, right? What's her last name? Did they ever say it? Lorraine. Yeah, they never say her. Baines. Last name was Baines. The McFly men have a type. I think that's a good explanation. A very specific one. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're getting it set up so that when I drag and design any kitchen in here, we save the nodes and their positions. We use a reference of the UID of the node and the position. And the reason I'm doing that is because my load system, we can then load it up extremely quickly, referencing the UID from the nodes, the load system. I'll have to come up with something, Red. And so every time we lay down something or we move it around in here, we update that data in the reference, and then we use that, we load that data in, so that way I can design different kitchen types and take advantage of the caching and loading and everything that I've got going on here. And also, we can guarantee certain things about the positions of things and eventually tie this into a data structure that I like, and not just using collisions to detect if you're overlapping a certain thing or whatever, right? So I got to come up with something, Redstone. Free game key. That's a good one. That holds me to getting this thing released too. Fuck. That's a good one. So many functions I haven't used in Godot. Yeah. And sometimes you sort of expect something to exist and it doesn't, like what's happening to me right now. Like I'm looking for... I need to know the UID that we came from. And I don't think I can. Let's check object. That's all we've got left. And none of these have none of these would have unique class names. I wonder... Root script. Here we go. Oh my god, do I have to do this for everything? So we do have an import script and then we have a root script. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Okay. 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 So this is possible. So I'm going to be doing a lot of work taxonomizing everything. But this will work. And okay, so I think I have my work cut out for me. I think I know how I'm going to do it now. I think I know how I'm going to do it. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to have like, these are interactables, right? This is like a food thing or whatever. And so of course they're going to need a class name and all that stuff. Now, since I have all these different ones here, what we're going to have to do is on our import, we're going to say root script and we're going to assign it like food or like baked good thing, right? That's where we're going to have the export values for how well it was done and all that stuff, right? And, the parameters that we can set for that individual thing. But the problem is, Okay, so we have that idea, right? We can do that for the baked goods, all that stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. But, and then that way I'm not having to create scenes for each of these things. Do you understand? Because it happens on the import instead. So I don't have to create a scene of a baguette, drag the mesh in, add the script to the scene. You do it here on import. Right? Pretty clean to do it that way too. So then if you do it that way, now anytime you drag something onto your scene tree, you throw it in here, it now has that class that you've given it that's in that script, right? And it's just there. So whenever you instantiate this or whatever, you put it on there, it's there. Okay? So that's why we have that loader, okay, that loader thing that I built. So we do the same thing for the kitchen components. And we actually don't have that many. Like we've got a fridge but a lot of these are the trinkets that are going to decorate the other components of it. Right now, I just want to save that means there will be some problems with it. Yeah, for sure. We just want to save, okay, there's a countertop. Here's where it is. And make sure that we're loading, we're instantiating, that we're saving that data in a way that we can then reference. So one thing we could use is, sorry, I'm just trying some things out. We have the mesh name. Okay. So for now, if I skip the loading stuff, see, I think if I just think about it a little bit longer, it's going to click together for me because I feel like I'm on the cusp of it. For instance, if I drag this in here, the node itself knows something about it. Like, it knows what's inside of it, right? So, like, right here, we know, like, we can check. Let's go on the import of this. Root name. Root type. The node type. So we could give it a root name that matches the enumerator. That's how we do it. So if I change the root name of this thing to taco, re-import, and then we go over to game, and we drag this in, the root name is taco, right? Taco 1, taco 2. Now, is root name a thing that we can ask of anything? Let's go to object. Get meta. We could also set it. We could set the root name as metadata and grab that. Anytime it gets added to the scene, we could move it into it's been handled. So we take and we throw it. Okay, I think this is all coming together for me. chair and a plant. It's the detective room. God damn it, Detective Green. We've got to stop him. It's the cutscene room. Yep. I'm holding this coffee over my lips so we don't have to animate it. I'm a low-budget anime film. Detective Green. That's profiling. You know, green plants are blah, blah, blah. Okay. Detective Pot. This is Kettle. You're getting a partner. Detective Pot, meet Kettle. Meet Detective Kettle. We're getting there. Get viewport is null. What? And then that breaks everything. And then Godot crashes. Fiera, how's it going? I haven't seen anything in action for a couple weeks now, including me. No demo mission. Get viewport is null. I am removing it from the tree briefly and moving it. So if I do this, do shout out here. Did I get one for Obsidian? I haven't done Sean yet. Just a plain old shout out. Gotta do better than that, Cricket. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it has to do with the remove. See if that does it. Nope. Sean, should I link your itch page? Do you have an itch page I could link? Chilling, got back from the gym. Nice. There we go. We got it. So we have to rate ready, and then we can move it. Okay. All right. Yeah, they're getting DDoSed. It's been like a week now. But do you have the link? I need the link, Sean, so I can add it to my shout out tool. Is it just Sean Dewhurst? Yeah. Guys, I'm really worried that Itch is going to be gone. Because I've noticed some things about people not getting paid, and that was a few years back. And now I'm hearing more and more people complain about it. And it's just a fear. But it looks like whatever they're doing, it's not working in terms of money. So. All right, Sean, since you didn't send me a link, I'm just guessing. But let me know if it's wrong. We can update it. There's the shout out. Wait, he's not Godot's most bouncy streamer. That's Fiero. Godot's most adventurous streamer? Like, I'm a few Reese's Pieces cups for the most bouncy. There we go. John says so many, like, words that I don't know. I feel like a parent with a teen, and I just don't know anything they're saying. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna check kitchen. All right, guys, I gotta go ahead and head out. Let me go ahead and raid. Buddy, I'll be right there. All right, Obsidian, see you later. There's a shout out to Fiera, most bounciest Godot streamer known in all of mankind. We're 11 strong, so 11? 16 of you. Okay. So we could raid IRAD. Bit Gaming. We never get to raid Bit Gaming.
What? Can we?
All right. Much love to everybody out there. Be safe. I missed some text here. Some IDE stuff. All right. See you guys. Yeah. See you later. Bye-bye.